is that we have a opening tag here at the line number 2 and the closing tag here over in line number 10. And the difference between the opening and closing tag is it just lets you know what the start and when it stops, and the closing will follow slash. One nice about the item text editor is you see the little arrow pop up to collapse or open things between their opening and closing tags. So that's just for organization. So then we have the two major sections, the head of HTML file and the body of HTML file. Let's start off by just explaining what a head is. And the head of HTML, which is the first section is going to contain the metadata, and for the first section of the HTML at the level 1, we won't doing a whole lot with the actual head of the HTML that will come into the play. And actually the CSS in JavaScript is going to mainly serve as help to link your HTML document to other type of JavaScript such as CSS or your database JavaScript file. But another tag that we notice is the HTML head. Is this a title head? That basically what going to show up as a title when you open up this in a browser, and the title is just what the shown in the tab. I am going to type in between where the title tag is something like this, the title exclamation mark. So this is the title tag, and notice I don't need any quotes. It's just a pure text in between these tags, and HTML will recognize it, and then the other metadata is just telling you what the character sets you would expect. That's UTF-8 encoding. Don't worry about too much right now. Finally we have the body, and the body is going to contain the actual content. We are going to discussing the actual content such as paragraph, list throughout this section. Of course, right now we leave the body blank. Last thing I want to show you before we actually view the save HTML file in our browser is how to comment the code. So in HTML, how the comment look like this. You do a opening tag, exclamation mark, dash, and say that that's the start of the comment, and that the end of the comment is dash, and the other closing sign. And then the anything here is a comment, and anything here between this is a comment. The other quick way to do this is, if you have some text or line of code, you can just do a command depending upon your operating system, a / in item text editor or some plain text editor that actually just auto comment everything here. Or if you wanted to actually highlight many lines and do control / the comment, or control / to end comment. Alright, so anything in between those tags is a comment, is just a control or a comment. So / to quickly make a line or multiple line in actual comment. What you do, control here to save this and let open this up in a browser. So the why we open up this in our browser is just passing the entire file path into the browser. For now we are going to be just running. So that's how it will work. I am going to right click on the HTML file and then say copy full path. So it will copy the full path to that, and then let me bring into the browser window. Here is my browser window. So what can I do is, right, my browser usually goes. I'm going to just copy and paste that file path. I hit enter and notice something that just basically a blank page. That makes sense. We haven't provided any content or each content the body of a HTML file. So what do we notice is this a title. This is the title tag actually shown up. This is the title. Perfect. So really all up there is for a basic of a HTML file. So what is the HTML file? Mostly we work with the actual body tags. So here I have a split screen between the HTML text editor and my browser. This is actually we are going to be using a lot in this course because we like to see the changes and not have to jump back, and the fourth between the browser and the text editor. And so a lot of time it seems you just have a separate screen. I just refresh the page in the browser when I start doing edit in the item text editor. Before we got started, I am continue working with the basics study in HTML through a lot as you do. So some Google searches for terms in case you ever need to reference some sort of resources, and those two resources are something called www3school.com, and the other side is developer.mozilla organization website. So here I have just searched for the HTML tags and the Google the very first hit. So w3school.com, and usually when you ask the Google for some basic question HTML or CSS a lot of time very first website appears is w3school.com, and these w3school.com is basically just a very large reference site for a front-end and web development. So you notice as you go through that website is basically just give a bunch of resources, and the references for a lot of stuff are going to be talking. If you have a Google stuff and you find yourself on the website, feel free to use it's okay site. Mainly the main reason you see at the top is just when it's been a reference. So as long as would I actually suggest that when you are going to Google searching after the developer at Mozilla website, the usually choose this site instead. It's a little bit, it has a more detail and really geared toward the developer. So if you click on this developer, the Mozilla organization link has the HTML reference. This is a reference to the HTML, and HTML element are just going to allow us to actually insert the material into HTML text, and see that it's a little more technical and it's a little more geared toward the developers. So while the w3school.com website is geared more toward the basic beginner, as you are going through, of course you probably visit the Mozilla organization, mozilladeveloper.com. I just want to let you know that these are the two resources you are going to coming through in content with a lot as you do some Google searching or on your own. Okay, let's jump to the browser tab. We have the basic study HTML file. We have been working with the last open up here. I'm going to add and open it up here, and to get a little more room on my screen I'm actually going to close left tab here. So can do just by doing the either control backslash or command the backslash on your keyboard. So just open and collapse it. So it's a really useful shortcut for the Atom text editor. So now the first time we are going to be learning about the header tags or heading tag, and let's show you how to do. Let's start off. We do a heading of one thing. Basically we just have a one HTML. So let's show you how to do that. Let's start off. To start off, we do a heading 1 or header tag, or heading 1 h1 open tag or h1 close tag. Here is the h1 close tag, and then anything in between this and any text is going to be header. So the say this is a row calling on heading 1. So then I'm going to save this. So just either control or command the next to that the say I'm going to refresh it. So now we see on our web page, we see there's a heading 1. Basically heading produces a larger font that is bold, and we are going to learn a lot more about how to actually detect a text style as such as font size and something is bold or italic. Later we'll open for the more styling where the actual font. Now we can just explore the very basic of HTML and what your browser does by default. If the heading 1 is too big for a while, you can actually have the heading 2. You notice that Atom text editor actually provide us with this autocomplete text. You can just go down here on your keyboard and hit enter one of these, and you notice that to get the opening and closing tab, you find yourself using data load. You continue. This course will type something, and this is the heading to save, and then refresh our page. Here we see that we get the same heading. So it's in bold, it's a little smaller. There is actually a heading 3, so we can do that is fast. So we can call the heading 3 and save, then refresh the browser tab. So we get even a smaller heading. So actually what goes all the way heading down to the heading sync, which is going to the smallest heading possible. Save it, refresh it, but it's very small, but it's still in bold. If essentially this is a normal text size, you can use what is known as a paragraph. So just a pretty suddenly right. So this is a paragraph. This is a paragraph. So save this and refresh. So if we get in this paragraph, this is just a normal paragraph. It is not in bold. We are waiting to go there. So sometime to know that each of these lines with a new tag is basically in its own block. and heading are their own block as well as paragraphs. So paragraph text tags are actually create separations. And let me show you what I mean. So this is line 2 and this is line 3. If I save this and then refresh this, notice that I don't actually get the effect that while I was logging. So for my team, I file when it's get display, it all goes into the continuous line. So I actually want the separate block. I need to separate them into actual different tags, which means I will need to have each of these separate lines in its own paragraph tag. So it had to have this is to be line 2 and then this one is to be line 3. So this is line 3 right here. And the paste it in and then grab this closed tag but for the revision here. So let's save this. If we refresh this, we can see that now they all are in separate blocks. So something to note that here is that your HTML file doesn't really care about the indentation. So what it really cares about what's really going to define how lines are built and how our blocks are separated. So I can actually put multiple paragraph tag on the same line here. So we do this, put them all on the line number 14 just to show you what I mean. So here you have all those 3 paragraph tag on the same line, they are on the line number 14. So if I save this again, refresh and I get the same effect. So it's really the tag data telling the HTML file what is the same block. So note the actual line number or the indentation. So in other programming languages, you use a brackets. Python, you lot of times you use a lot of time to indentation to clarify which block goes to. So basically all done by the tags in HTML. So you notice I keep writing on separate lines here. So who deletes that? So say something like this is continued. So I'm still writing the line to save this, and if I refresh it, you notice the since that are contained. In the second paragraph, it all goes here. So alright. So that's a very basic of what a heading tag is and what a paragraph tag is. So I think there is just a heading can go from 1 to 6 or 8 for 1 to 6. So what makes them a little different is their size and their bold in nature. So then when we have our normal text paragraphs or something, so you need a filtered text, atom text editor, sublime text editor. So put a lorem left instead. So what is basically just a bunch of Latin text. So I noticed you get this a little pop-up here. So go ahead and just select it and enter. You get a bunch of colder text. So here I should say, and it basically just a bunch of filler text. They're really common to use in web development in case you just need some filler text. So if you have a save this and refresh this page, notice that I go through and then tell me if I want to translate it. No, because it is Latin. So text there here is a Latin nature. So this is really common to use. So you need the filler code from your website by typing a lorem and then heading it, then enter in either sublime text editor or atom text editor. So it works in both. Alright, saving that here. So let's refresh this. All remove that's clear. I want to cover there is bold and italic. So note there is actually an old way of showing bold and italic in HTML file. There is a newer syntax for. Let me show you the old way first and then show you the new way. Second, let me delete this paragraph and just type in something very simple. I say that this is a text that is in bold and then below this is a text that it is in X. So this is the text, this is in the italics. Okay, so I actually want to make this bold. The old way will be to do that with the call. So what will ending I'm doing is that wrapping this whole thing or whatever I want it to be holding. So I would look like this. So we call a closing tag to be here. If you just want in beat atom text editor, it will give you the autocomplete for the bold to save this and then refresh and notice the here series says. So this is the text that is in bold. So this is the old way of doing the bold text and the old way of doing it, text within an icon. So right tag. So notice that here is I for a tag, which means if you have this whole thing and open and close the text, close the I tags, and I save this and refresh it, it says the output in italic words. So that this is the old way of doing things. So newer semantic weights, because the I and B tag are not clear. So there are just two letters. You always want to be very clear as you are coding. Going to come to look at this code. So new semantic way of doing this stuff you want to be a bold. So this the new keyword for that is a strong tag. So this work is basically written the same way as a bold tag. Inspector is just say the strong. So that the word be a little clear. So when you come back and you see here the no change or refresh, because this is just a new syntax. So now for the so we use the emphasis tag. If you want to add the emphasis tag, you will italicize for the emphasis or save. So say this refresh. So we see here there is no change because the strip work exactly the same way. So again the old way is with the B and I tag, the newer way which is the way that I will suggest doing it. So you go through this course, a strong tag or emphasis tag. So earlier there is hopefully you found it pretty straightforward. Again you want to play around with a different header, adding more paragraph, but everything should have been right now because so let's start with working with a list. So let me show you how to create an ordered list. So an ordered list is a number. So you can see the number on the first item, number to the second item. So to start with the ordered list, you just type OL and then you can click. And item text editor automatically create the opening tag and closing tag for you. And then inside for this ordered list you are going to have a list element. If I save this and then refresh my page, you notice that nothing actually changed. So I do a order list, so there but not has been no element. I had to create a list with some elements, so I just decided to tag and then whatever you want in there. So in this case we just say that first time the item going to save that and refresh this. So this is the first item on the screen. So now see I have now the first item. So we are going to do plus to the controls in order to save it. So it's a little bit higher, bigger. So I will continue to add list into this order. So as my second item, save this and refresh this page. You can see here they are numbered, so they will continue as long as I just keep the adding item to the actual list. So the third item there and refreshing, so here you can see the numbering. So later on CSS you actually change the number if you use something like Roman numeral. So this is a very basic default of HTML order list. So a lot of time you actually don't want to put number thing, so just want some sort of bullet points. If you want that, then you are looking for is an order list, and to create you use the tag UL for order list. So I'll enter there, so it creates the opening and closing tags for me. So now the add list item, I'll say the bullet one here. So another item will say the second item. So what will you add, whatever you want here. So where do enter here and then say that third item is going to save and refresh. As you will see the bullet one, second item and third item in some order in bullet form. So unordered list, and the last thing I want to cover quickly, so you can actually nest the list inside of one of each other. So you can test or order list inside another list or vice versa. So let me show you example of this. I show you a kind of extreme example of nesting list. So you can easily won't see that many lists into each other. So I just want to show you this. You can get an idea of what possible. So here order list I'm going to have two items in it. First item 1 and then item 2. And just using the autocomplete there enter to make a little quicker. So here the item 1 here and there is number 1. So they are inside an order list. So So I'm going to put in an order list inside of this order list tag. So I have put in that unordered list. So which means that if I add some new list elements will be inside, I'm going to say something like I'm nesting inside for that list item. So and now you can make another list item, then say a nested examination mark with save that and refresh this. We can see here that was a nesting, so we can get extra in the annotation. So a symbol can show this is a nested inside of this list. If I wanted to get say item 1 item, so 2, and then it will say these are like the sub item of item 2, and this is the order list. This is our order list. So we can actually keep going. If you wanted something further nested, so then list in there, then something like I'm really nice that explanation why let's emphasize. And wow, I'm really nested is a listed tags. So by putting some of this in bold, so remember we had a strong tag to put something in bold. I'm going to go in there. We go, let's see that, refresh them, see here, item 1, item 2, we have the nested unordered list, and then we have a wow. It's just a very quick example of nesting. This we are not going to do often in this course. I just want to be aware of the ability to do it. So I write this all there is for the list themselves. It's a pretty basic topic, remember. So essentially have this for order list. So you file for order list, and then inside of either this every item in that list is going to be having a list tags. Okay. Now we see we have a different span, group 1, and the paragraph this, and the paragraph say that I want to be together in group 1. So this is a paragraph that say I want to be together in group 1. So later on we learn about the CSS, and what we want to do is add style to a particular element in our HTML file. So what we can do is actually saying okay and applying the style number 1. And so for instance the color red to all heading of one tag. So that will just go along. So okay, this is the font color now. It's a heading 1. So this is a font color is now red. So sometimes you actually don't want to do it by using actual elements. You want to do by specific doing a group of element that you do, and the way you say, and you can do that, you can say later on CSS section actually calling it a division tag. So the way the work is used, you can see there. If I hit hint and node, we can automatically get this class to pop out here, and that going to allow us to be essentially name this division after a class. Then we apply the style to that class, so we can put whatever you want in that class. So for instance, I cannot put this or give this a class name, a name of something like the group 1. Save this and I refresh it. You will notice anything different. Here is the later on we will learn about the CSS. We learn how to actually add style to a division with a class name instead of just actual element tag. So that's basically we are going to be using a division. So for right now there is a still time by itself each HTML tag. So a lot more we learn about the CSS. This is a little unclear to you especially, so don't worry too much. It's going to make a lot more sense in the future. I just want to introduce it now because it's really just a HTML file. It's not a CSS file included in this file. So that's the last thing I just want to mention here is the span tag. And basically the span tag is almost exact the same thing as the division, except it's inline. Instead of grabbing an entire container, let's say that we have the class or this is the division of group 1. If I wanted to make essentially a little inline container to only apply effect to the inline section, so only apply effect for the instance to these 3 letters or 3 words here together, in what we'll do is wrap them in a span tag and then put whatever I want there to be in that span. And again I want to say this and refer this here, we do not actually apply to any style to it. So just keep these two words in mind for tagging. When we later learn about the CSS. Okay, so again a lot of actually shown here. So basics of it actually just to part of it, use the division tag and the span tag. So if there is a use that does not make a whole lot of sense. So it will make a lot more sense. So here you have the Atom text editor and the my browser, and I have the two files open. One is the actual exercise file which are going to cover, and this time I have the one assessment file. Another tab I'm going to be editing to try to match the whatever exercise file look like. So let's take it step by step. But first thing I notice here, the exercise file is that my type say exercise title, and that's a little hint. So we can actually put in a title tag here. So let's match them up. So save it and refresh it. Now I see the exercise title. It matches the exercise title. So then we can continue with this rest of the body of the HTML. So here you have the welcome to my website. Hopefully you are able to recognize that heading. So welcome to my website. We put them in the heading h1 tag, and then we have a paragraph says that I am excited to eventually learn the Django. So we put in the paragraph tag. So we just say learn Django. I am excited to learn say Django. The body isn't not going to collapse the directory tree. So so there's a little bit tricky. It says that here is a link at the official Django website, and hopefully remember from the attribute I can use the anchor tag to actually do this, and put the anchor just look like a. It's not a capital A, it's just a lower A, and in the href tag I put the Django official website. So let me put that in. So I'm going to put the https ://django.com djangoproject.com. If you need a reference for that, all you have to do a click on the link. Then I want to add the actual text. I do this on a multiple instead of just single one. So it's really up to you. We said here the link to the official Django website. So here is the link to the official Django website. We put them in the anchor tag. I'm going to save it and refresh my website. Look, it's pretty good. The reason for larger is because I'm zoomed in my browser. So just for clarify. So that's all the difference. The actual sizing of the actual element themselves are still the same. And then we have another paragraph says we have the picture of the Python. Now we can take another paragraph starting a new line or a new block. So here's a pic of the Python with Python logo. We put them in the paragraph tag. So then I want to add a picture here, and remember to add a picture or image, we use the image tag, and that's just going to be I'm using. Here of the image tag, and what the source of the Python image tag. So we found some Google images of Python. So we search for Python in the Google. This I can select any of these. So I just click on this and click on the view, and I just copy and paste the link to my source, and then refresh it, and then save it and refresh it. So here's the link of my Python. Here's my Python image file, image logos. Now I have the image setup. Now I have another paragraph that says here are the reason Django is cool. And notice we have an order list. Remember, for our order list we just type OR and then each element in the list. I'm just going to paragraph here. I say it because it's a fast score. At the last one we will scalable. I am saving a lot of time just by using the auto completion. of Atom text editor. Let's save it and refresh our basic page. So we can see the order list is now included. And then finally the bonus optional extra credit, can you figure out how to make a picture link, picture tag. And basically we have to do is combine an anchor tag with an image tag. So usually with the anchor tag we had a href to the actual website link. So here we had some tag, and we are going to do, instead of text here I put, and hopefully we are able to figure it out. It's not a big deal, you will learn now. So we put the anchor tag and href tag. Just copy and paste the link from the first link and the paste in the anchor tag. And now there's the image and source is going to be Django. I just come back to the Google Images and search for the Django logo. Here's the Django logo. I open it and copy the URL and paste it the image tag which contains the element source, src short form. And here there is a big image. Hopefully you felt confident enough that you could recognize what type of element were in a website and duplicate it in your own HTML file. That's really the part of exercise, being able to look at the website at the very basic website. So I know what I can do in HTML, reproduce that. So that is the HTML level 1. So it should have pretty straightforward and pretty basics. The first thing you are going to need is a table tag. I'm using the autocompleted of Atom text editor. So first thing I want to do after is that is a table head, which is a head, which is t head, and there is a where your column names are going to go. So right now if we save this and refresh your web page, we don't see anything because we don't have any content in there. So I put up, which is basically actually content that goes to the table head. So I put the number and refresh it. There you see there is a number. So let's add a couple more th element and th tag for something like color, and let's add another which is something country name or country. So I save it and refresh it. Look, there's a number, color and country appears on the web page. So it all are in table head. So the question is, how do we actually add rows and column and cells to the column, rows and column to the table? So well, outside the t head, and we say that tr, that's going to stand out for the table row. Now we can do is, inside of the table row we put in a tidy for our table cells. So let's start off with a number and then corresponding with the first column, which is the number column. So let's put in the next cell, and this is the first the first table row, and let's put in something like a word, and ls put in a country. Ls put in a country. Let's just say that USA. We'll save this and refresh, and now we can see that actually we're starting. So let me zoom into this. It's a little more clear. Okay, we can see that actually constructing a table. A lot of time you want your table to actually have a border. A lot more we talk about the CSS, but a quick way to do is that in this table just do a space and add in border and type the border element. Inside the border element, double quotes, put 1, and then you refresh this after passing the number 1 to get to the outer border created. You get the outer border created, and like I mentioned, there are a lot more styling you can do of getting by using a CSS. Right now you can help us to differentiate rows and column. Okay, let's practice adding in one more row. Again str for the table row and then tidy for the table cell. Now let's see what happens if we just add in one table. I just put in 100 and I click save and refresh here. No data set got 100 value. So I can still add in value and basically have the blank value for the certain column. Now let's suggest it then try to fill out your table completely. Your tables will still be able to generate. This won't be an error throw at all if you only have one corresponding value for your row. So let's fill that in. Now what you want is a color. Let's just say blue chips, and then put in one which is going to be country unless you put in France. I'm going to save that and let's refresh. Here is one more row which is the 100 blue and France. This is really there is a to creating table and it's a pretty straightforward. Let's quickly review this step. Everything was done inside this table. We have opening and closing tags of table tag. If you want to have a border, you say border equal to 1, and if you put a larger number then such as 5, basically what going to happen is you will get a thicker border. If I zoom in, so the effect is a little more pronounced, so let's make it large, so 50, and then refresh as they have a extremely thick border on the outside. So you may wonder how do that's something you are going to discuss a lot more CSS section of this code. Right now we will use the auto generated border here. After that we have the TR section and differentiate from the TR section. In this side it actually is a column name. It represents the bold versus the regular tags. We see the number, color and country. You can call this just sort in the border text and the column names and the simple regular text. If we remove the T here, let me just cut that. We see that the bold is now removed. Bold text is not removed. Now just want to give impression. You can build a table without the head. That's totally fine. But you try to at least a viewer for say keep in mind it's a readable without a T head. And here I have put the T head back in and for head. So these elements are under the TH tag. Then everything else is a TR table row tag. Then each table cell inside of those rows is tidy. So you have to place them in order for the column comments. So that's why which you choose the T head. We can always make sure we have the reference corresponding to the actual order of the element. Now let's start by creating the HTML. Using the HTML popper and press enter, it will give the skeleton of the HTML structure. Now inside the body, we will put the table tag. And inside the table tag, we have the HTML heading which have the take quiz text. So take quiz text which is in the HTML tag. Now the first thing of this table I want to create is a T head element. So I remember the T head or table head is what actually has the column names. So it has the column names in the bold there. So that's why it takes in. So it takes the TH cell instead of a regular T cell. So in the first column there will be a country name. So the second column will be a country flag, and the third column, remember, is a GDP. It's just a really example. So let's save it and make sure everything work for us. As you can see, we have the country name, country flag, and GDP. And remember that the actual solution did look like I had a border to it. So inside the table tag, I put the element name or keyword border equal to 2. So it wrapped the entire table heading into a border. So just a matter of filling the information. So the information we have to go the under table rows under table tag. So the table rows. So let's start by filling the first table cell. So inside the table row we have the table TD, table data. Inside the table data we put the USA. And the second one, in the second table we have put the actual image of the flag. In order to put in it to be in order to put the image, we have to make sure that we put the image tag inside the we have the source element, and inside the source element we have to put the image of the flag. So here is some Wikipedia link for the image of some random country. So let me copy the image and paste into the source and save it and refresh it. So here's the country flag, which is USA. Now inside the under TD tag we have to put the GDP. Is the GDP of US dollar, and from the notes that the right here is the 8,000,561,930. Let's pay that in. So save it and refresh it. So here is the country flag in GDP. So we completed our example of table. So before we actually get started, I'm going to make two heading. I say something like that: H1, which has a login, and H2, which have the please input your email and password. So saved and refreshed and receive the login, please put your email and password. Let me zoom in a little bit so it's a little clear. So here we have our two heading letters. So we're actually going to learn how to do this. So but right now just keeping the basic simulator login site. So first we have to do is a cell in a form. So I put the form tag. So attempt accelerator automatically creates the form element, which is class, section, and methods. So we have action, which is going to be later on used to actually call an action, and then we have the method, which is the post right now. So we don't need to worry about what this method have the mean. So basically this action is later on we are going to be sending the data. So right now we don't have enough to really use any of these. We are going to delete at all that ends. So just have to form save there. So let's stick our two heading inside of the form tag. And as I mentioned, the main part of creating a form really revolves around those input tags. So we are going to do is a call the input tag, and then you notice that as we call the input and then enter the atom text editor will automatically say type equal, name equal, and value equal. So let's break down. Type is where to actually clarify what type of input you want to, and by default is type text, and that's something we are going to be exploring a lot through this lecture. Different type of input methods. So you have the name of the input and the name, so you can call it on the letter in some other form. So then we have the same value and value in the actual default that place inside there. So let's explore this right now. Let's start off with one of the most common type of input, which is the email type and the email type. So basically just check to make sure that you have the email in there, and give this a name, user email, name equal to user email. Let's save it and refresh this, and now we notice that we have the actual text box there. And what difference between the normal equal text and the type equal email text box is that the email type is going to make sure the later on when we actually click submit that we have the gmail.com and yahoo.com. So, basically all this work is being handled behind the scene by your browser, just specifying the type. And there is a big part of beauty of HTML is work across the browser. That really is the most common type. It doesn't create another input. So our password, we say that the type is a password. We save it and refresh it. I noticed that we have the two boxes. This was the email and this was the password. So we looked at happened when I started typing in the password is actually hidden from me. That sort of default behavior is happening because I specified this type to be a password instead to just the default text or email type. So they are the kind of types right now, so don't need to worry about. They are in the four form basics that each, but then eventually you are going to using these inputs. So if on top of your head I need an email type in the password type, right? Now don't worry too much about memorizing all the things. So let's go ahead and get this input. So we will call this just a very simple name, something like password, and the name can later be used. So actually reference this. So again you don't see anything change here on the form. And finally let's discuss this value. So the value is, if you want the value to be preferred there, so let's say email here and we say password, please save the and refresh and notice the value. It basically has a corresponding default here. So email here password please. So but notice that right now this password please just show up as a blank password. So it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to put a value here into that. So later on we show you some better ways of actually showing some cool things. But what you can use if you want it to be preferred. And then finally one of the most important input type is submitters. Submits, and the name or value just refresh and we have a little submit button here. This is a little submit button here. It says please include add in the email address here is missing. So let's actually give this type a submit, a value a submit. Let's get this thing a value submit. Here we have a submit button. It expands automatically according to our text. Now we put the click me in there and it automatically changes their name. It's set to click me. Now if we look at this code, everything here is wrapped in the form tag. And this is actually very important. Allow them to know what we are talking about, a complete form here, and we have the three input types. The first one is the email, the second one is password, and the third one is the submit. The key idea I want to just take in right. And now is not how everything is linked and working together, but really the fact. And the tag specify the type given to the name to reference it later on. Right now that does not make a whole lot of sense. The d value which has some default value for. So sometimes the default value does not make any sense. Otherwise you just see a bunch of dots there or asterisks there, then you something really have to enter. So alright, so this I don't know is a submit button, and this is linked to those input type. If I click me, it will actually work. So I say something like please include the email address. Email here is missing. That's why we want to specify something like type email. So now if I say hello@yahoo.com, then we put the password, and click me. It's look like it's okay. Nothing actually happened, just a clearing it. Every time we click the submit button, we get into I do actually grab information for these input cells, but right now the very basic is to confirm tag. You can call this input tag, you specify type, you can give it a name, you will use the letter on, and you can give it a default value. So sometimes you are not going to really want a default value. Sometimes you really will give a submit button. Now now we have the h1 tags. So let me show you what you look like. I say something like choose color as a heading. When heading 2 is going to be click on button, then I'm going specifying input or enter there. So type is going to be a color. And let's say that refresh this page, notice it says choose a color. So click on button and it will default color picker. So if I click on this button right here, I get this little pop-up that allows me to actually pick a color. So for instance, I can pick the purple color. So okay, so we can see a change to a purple color. We pick up the bright red. So I can see a change to a bright red. So all of the functionality is built straight into a browser just by specifying some sort of fun example. This is some sort of fun example. Let's show one more, which is essentially the default. I am going to say the heading to will say enter some text, and then we have some input. We are going to leave it as a type the text, which is the default. So text goes to then here and we save it. So as text goes here, but means it works just fine. Let's zoom in a little bit. You can see that there's no limit how much text that can write. Paragraph or text, those are just a few of input types that you can use as you begin. So just the very basics here. So let's start off by making a very basic HTML page, and then later we add some CSS styling to it. And then we look how we can link the CSS file to HTML. So right now I have the HTML file. I am the just control command the backslash there. We just make the CSS basics, and the title is CSS basics. Saved it in the body. Saved it in the body. There is a h1 tag in which this is a heading text is included, and we have a paragraph in the body. And let's just create an order list where each item has a list item tagline. Have item 1, item 2, enter the open and close the list tag, and put the item 3 in there. If save we refresh our browser here, so I can zoom it a little bit. So okay, I have this heading, paragraph and order list. Now put the heading 4 in h4 tag. Now see at the bottom we have the heading 4. Perfect. And so we want to learn how we can actually connect style to the same old document. So that is where the head portion of HTML document comes into play. So what we need to do is use a special keyword tag called link. You see, as I begin to type it, I can hit enter. I get a link here. By default it says the relationship of the link is style sheet. Then we have the HTML, which is going to be actual path to a CSS file. In our case it's called the part1 underscore master.css. So if it was located somewhere else on the computer, I have to type the full path here. So these two files are in the same directory. So I just write a part1 underscore master.css. I want to make sure I specify it as a style sheet and click the save and refresh. I won't notice anything different inside because of but my document is linked to a HTML file. Then we start the CSS coding here. Let's show me show the basics. If you want to make a comment, it's just a forward slash and with the asterisk sign, and anything to type in between are considered to be a comment, just like we did in HTML. So type some text. So we'll say some text area. So I can control the forward slash with an asterisk sign. This also works for multi-line. If I have some text on the multi-line, I can highlight all of this, control or command the forward slash, and it will automatically make them into a comment and otherwise. Good to come. If you come back to a letter, let's discuss the general form of CSS. The general form looks something like this. So you have some sort of selected tag. There's a curly brace. Inside this curly brace are going to have some property, a colon, and then some value for the property in a semicolon. This is going to be very basic format for a CSS file. I wanted to comment that down. Actually, I should show you an example of one. So let's think of a selected tag. If I look back to the HTML file that I have the H1 as a possible tag. So let's grab that tag by typing the H1. So I can put in the curly bracket. I can zoom in here a little bit so it's very clear. Then I want a property of H1. One of the first property I'm going to be working with is the color property. You can see here I can begin to type stuff in the CSS file. Header button is, oh, you want to click. So just want to actually hit the enter and all begins. Help me out here with this. I want color, and then can state the actual color I want. In this case I want color to the blue and then a semicolon. And you notice that what happened, I was typing the color itself for the instant purpose, it doesn't turn yellow. The center highlighting until it's a color that worked. So there's actually a lot of color that CSS already know just by their name. Things such as basics colors like red, green, blue, orange, purple. Later on you learn how to actually pass color things. Right from we are going to keep things really simple. I just made this blue. So let's save this and see what happened. We will refresh our page, and now you notice that this is the hiding, and I think with the last one tag now has a color blue, and that very basic idea of how CSS works. So you just have whatever tag you want to affect in HTML the prop. Then what you want to change a property, there are tons of property you can edit using the CSS connected to your HTML file. One of the most basic ones we have covered already is color. But don't worry too much right now about having to memorize all the properties that are available in CSS. So as we go through the CSS level 1 and level 2, we are going to naturally understand what properties you want to affect using the CSS for this lecture. All I want to get all of this general format of CSS, which is a tag name, then the curly braces, tag name in the curly braces, and then the property, and what you want the property value to be, how to link CSS to HTML file, and the different way to change colors. So we already learned how to link HTML file with a link tag. So we learned the basic method of CSS, which are tag, curly braces, and the property value. So let's continue to explore the different ways so we can affect the colors. So far we learned how there are certain keyword by common color are available for us. So let's save that. So let's save this fresh, and this is the heading in red. So let's explore some of these. I'm going to put another tag in. So that's going to be affect all the elements of tag. I remember that tag at item 1, item 2, item 3. What color? Now I have given this color a green color. So all the list have the green list item have the green color. So they are green. So they are other way to do colors. So you just want to use color, but maybe you want to use custom color, blue or certain shade of red. You can do using the RGB codes. Let's explore a little bit about what the RGB codes looks like. I take my browser and expand it and Google it, then here the Google and I search for RGB and enter. And I get this RGB color model. Then I also be a RGB color picker, and notice some of the top links are colored picture. That will be a they can look color picker. They can basically, here we have what known a color picker. Zoom in a bit, so you may be familiar with something like that. Remember we actually saw our color picker there. Here you just select whatever color you want. If we are going to talk about it just a little bit, but if you notice, we go back to the Google and search for color picker, then Google itself will actually show you the values here. So I like using Google own color pictures. As Google searching for color actually bring the RGB and this hex code for you. So we are going to discuss just a little bit. So let's say I wanted a specific shade of green. So I said the basic green we had, but let's say I want a kind of more frost green color. So I come down here, pick the color I like. I know this color number. So this basically a representative of how much color is in the color. So that's why we call it RGB. So I come back here and I will put those numbers in the RGB tag 884 and 1, and notice it's complete, everything is same. So I save it and come back and refresh the browser. You see a noticeable thing here is a nice darker green color. So just to make sure it will obvious, we come and choose a brighter color. So let's go for a dark green. So we will choose a bright orange color or sometimes light dark orange color. So I copied this value into color tag. So I save the CSS file and refresh it. Now see that the color have definitely changed. Item 1 to item 3. So let's start off with another method. So I save the p paragraph tag in curly braces and call the color property. So I want to show you how to use the hex codes. And hex codes are basically just another way of displaying the color that the actual code value. So let's make it into a kind of nice blue. Hopefully they are showing up as well on your screen. So I like the shade blue. So copy and paste this hex code and make sure it has a hashtag symbol in front of it. Paste it here and then a semicolon to save this, and I will come back here to see if this basics and the refresh. Now I see the paragraph or anything of that paragraph tag has been changed to have a blue color, that is specific blue that I chose. So just another way of coding out a color RGB blue. So there are two methods of displaying using the color property. One is the RGB and another is the hex code. So alright, so here I have my browser open as well as my editor. I have the HTML file and called it part 2, and I use a link to connect with a style sheet part2 underscore master.css. To get started, let's create a little bit content in this HTML file. I am going to say this is a paragraph. I put them in a paragraph tag, and we also mentioned that outside the any device, so outside any Debian container. So it is the paragraph type is outside the Debian container. Now we have to create a Debian container which has a class. So we will learn about in the future how to use it by class. So just leave it. So basic opening and closing tag of Debian. So in the Debian tag, I am just putting the paragraph tag. So I have to put another paragraph, and inside I am write the I am also inside the Debian, and then the third one is going to say this the inside Debian div. So we use the span tag. So we learn about we see inside the span and saved it and let it refresh. Make sure everything working fine. We see here there's a paragraph outside and Debian. So inside the Debian, inside a span in all caps, perfect. So now we have all the content. It's time to play CSS file to see how they can affect the content. I am little zoomed here, so probably you can see a larger. So first thing I want to discuss is affecting the entire body of an HTML. So you notice all that each HTML is inside this body tag. So everything is just a metadata. So actually so I can call the body tags. So that's my selected tag. So for instance, one property that I can affect is the background. You notice the item text I will try to have with a bunch of prompts here. So background color, background position, repeated, etc. So let's keep it basic and just do the background color. I will just type in a color here. So let's type the gray as a background color. I'm going to save it and refresh the page. So I noticed the entire background for everything in the body. So perfect. Now let's close the Debian tag. Remember that Debian allows us to essentially make this container. So div would specify the background color to be something like blue and then semicolon. So save the refresh. Everything that was inside of the tag will have the blue color in their background. So it doesn't matter why you say background color. If you want, you just say background color either one of these. So I save this and change this. I saw something like red which is going to be really bright. So I want to just to do that, but this I'm inside. So if now let's explore how to do borders. So border are going to require the three elements. So basically the border, color the border with the border style. So for instance, if I make a border for the division, so I say the border, let's say the border color is going to blue. So the border color looks blue. If I click the side this and refresh this, and then because I have defined the border style, the border style. So in this case, CSS does not know what kind of border style we put in HTML. So just for basic, I use the border width property and give this element a thick border. Now we have the border style, and the border style will do something like that. Well, should say dotted. So let's just say this, and if I should see, can I have a dotted blue border around the division? So you may also wonder, well, what the difference between thick and thin? So I replace this with that thin, saved and refresh. I see that I can really see here, but if you do this and you configure extremely thin pixel here of borders. So usually, however, you don't want to thin or thick, you just want to specify your own thickness. So I give it a 10 pixel, and now I have on my thickness. So I can send 10 pixels here, and later on we will see how to specify the pixels width in a relevance or a relationship to other elements. So now let's make this upper thick. So make this 100 and refresh it. Now I can see already super thick. So only for width. So let's make this much thinner, something like 5. Save this and refresh here. We all have the 5 pixels. Alright. That was the background color. And then 3 elements you need for border. That style. So that width and color. So it's a lot of fun to play around with the style, especially since the Atom text editor is really going to help you choose styles. So you can also do things such as double refresh. So you can see this kind of double border almost look like a painting. Okay, so that was how we can affect. So let's show you how we can affect the text color. So if I say something like paragraph quad color, I make everything the side of something like green, and then this will affect all the paragraph regardless of where they are. When you make it clear color, let's say something like yellow, and let's make this background blue and make this border color orange. That way things are hopefully fine. Alright, so what I have done here is I changed the color between background and border. So but I also said all the paragraph element have the color yellow. Notice I want to say all the paragraph element. It doesn't matter if they're inside the division or outside it. So when I call something like this is specially request all paragraph element regardless of where they are. So later I will show you how to select the element data inside the division and also have a specific element tag. So maybe only want to affect the heading inside of a division and heading force inside of a specific division. So lastly I want to show you the span tag, and then now I'm going to show you the span tag. So I already put the background property here and give it to a red color. So you see the span tag have the red color. Alright, so what did we learn so far? We have learned the body division. Hopefully you realize that you can basically call an HTML tag and start affecting its property. The property we learned about so far, the background color and the color properties. So lastly alright, so what we do, as far we have learned the divisions, body division tag. Hopefully you can realize the basic all the HTML tag and start affecting its properties. Lastly I want to show you another case of background where I actually set the background to be an image. So let me grab an image. So you can do this by just going to the Google image and looking up whatever image you want. So let's say I want a picture of beach. I can look up this right click here on this image. So I click image and take me to the link right here. So let me copy that full path, and for the back I'm going say node gray, so I will actually call a special keyword. So linking this background image. So now I will save it and refresh it. So here you can see the background image is successfully set. We can specify the where properties of this background image, such as background repeats or background no. We can actually specify how many times the background repeats. In our case the background image is so large that it's not going to make a bunch of difference. So if I zoom out here, you can begin to see I have this background image. I have zoom out right now and I see the entire beach. So I want the background to repeat a multiple time under the, so I can say repeat, background repeat, have the element repeat. So saved and refresh this file. Alright, so we have this kind of funky, really 90s looking picture. Later we're going to this is how the CSS works. I use the H3 heading tabs, and in this tab I write the I'm H3 heading. So I'm going to add some divisions. And now when I say the class member auto completes the class, so it will actually some classes to this. So I name it first division. So call this first division. So put a paragraph in here. Say I am inside the first division class. So like that way we can say what's going on. We actually begin to add another container. It with the second division in the paragraph. And inside the paragraph we can write I am inside the second division class. So then we add a little bit more. I'm going to add a paragraph, and with a paragraph we are going to add an ID to it. So out of the we are going to set it equal to singled out, and this paragraph will say this must be unique, IDs must be unique. So then we are going to make another heading 3. Let's say here is a list. You can also just copy and paste it from the part 3 or part from the previous video. So I have the unordered list. In the unordered list, I have the two input types fields, and one and two links are there. So I copied that unordered list from the previous video. So let's save it and refresh it. So expand that a little bit. So right now I have the heading, there's something inside the first division, and that's the second class. So refresh the ID must be unique. So we have a here is a list confirmed with a checkbox where we can click on or feedback data text input here. So two links here are, one is parent data and is NPR. So we all of this. So let's jump to a CSS. So notice they have some classes. This one first division, second division, and third is ID. So if I come to my CSS, I say something like division. So I specify the color of all division to be red. So and then I come back here and refresh it, no matter where the division is, no matter what the class it is. So as long as it has a tag, it is going to be color where software division becomes a red. So normally, however, you don't want to affect every single tag it has. So you want to select the specific tag. In that case, we use this classes base sign, so I can select the first or second division instead of selecting everything. So so what can do if a class is just a first division, then color something blue. Let's save it and refresh this. So you can see no changes occur. You are dealing with CSS. It's a class through a dot. So classes always start with a dot or a pivot. So now I have saved this and refreshed this. I can see the first division as a blue color. So likewise, I can grab the second two and color that red. Second division and color the red. And refresh this. So here the second division have a red color. So this is a very common tool to use, and this is where we are getting in the today of selector. For classes, the always start of this is for this pivot. Okay, so we have noticed that we also had an ID selector. An ID must be unique. In fact, class is attached to a multiple elements. In fact, the ID is only attached to a single element. So this is the main difference between the classes and ID. And ID should be called with a hash symbol, hashtag symbol. So singled out. So I can say that singled out, which is the ID of the paragraph. Unless we can give them a color green. So let's save this, and we have put some text decoration here. And I can say that it should be a line throw. We can give that a line throw and save it. So let's refresh or save it here. We can see the IDs must be unique. So also have a line throw. So we are kind of just throwing a little tune on both how to use the ID and fact use a declaration or another property. If you are another common thing, actually not common, sorry, is the asterisk. The asterisk is the selector for selecting every element on the page. So if I say the color element, then say the black, I say the refresh is going to be color everything black. So asterisk is going to override the certain things. I want to override the IDs because you can see here that's overriding this class called asterisk call tries to override as much as it can over all the elements. A quick note, this is actually a very uncommon. Usually don't want to just call everything like this. Maybe you want something like a background, but it's usually pretty uncommon to just call an asterisk. So although I do want to be aware. So you can use asterisk to select the all element in the HTML. It will be overwritten if they have a particle ID. So I want to discuss a few different types of selectors. You can check out the link in the actual CSS file if you are interested. I have the link open, and here's another tab. But basically here's the CSS selector referencing you, and you can actually call element on many type of selectors. So there's a huge list. Here's the various type of selector I want to show you a few examples of a more common ones. So far we have seen things like the class like dot, hashtag, asterisk, and to select all the elements. So certain elements just like calling the element tag. Alright, let's show an example of one of these CSS selector known as adjacent siblings, and this has to be element data next to each other. So let's write that I wanted to select an order list item data next to the h3 heading. So I will do this. I say heading there, then use a plus operator. Unorder list curly braces, and then whatever properly, let's give them a border, and we can do a border swirl and the border thickness all in one line. So instead of straight line, we have done before the border color, and then order with and then border style. I can actually just call the border by itself, passing a thickness. So let's give it a pixel, then give it a style. Let's say it's a dot style, and then give it a style. So color, let's give it purple, and the kind of quick and nice way to create the borders. So I save this refresh page here. So now I can see that my unordered list is the next page to heading now has this border. So now as adjacent siblings, you can always reference here on the link in CSS file for the notes that various different type of CSS selectors. In our case, this plus basically says select all the unordered list that applies immediately after an h3 heading. So okay, there are two more CSS selectors that I want to cover for this lecture. One of them is one of them is known as descendant, and the other one is known as attributes. For the student, basically look like this. If you want to grab all the anchor tag data inside the list, you just put a space between them. So all the tag inside of a list, and then we can affect them. So let's give them a color, and let's say it's like a red. So many. So we have another same kind of attribute. So we pass them a link, which is www.npr.org, and we set its color to be a blue, and we give them a border of 5 pixel thickness, and give them a color orange. So let's save in the refreshers. You can see the result of there. Alright. So we have another same kind of attribute. So we pass them a link, which is www.npr.org, and we set its color to be a blue, and we give them a border of 5 pixel thickness, and give them a color orange. So let's save in the refreshers. You can see the result of there. So I'm here at the Google Chrome. So I have watched this part 3 HTML file from the last time, which is linked to a part 3 CSS file. Open my browser, and then I have the Google Home website. So what I want to do is the HTML file open, you can right click. Now you can go to the page view source. In the page view source, you can see all the HTML code. Now you can type the right click and go to the expect. Click on expect, and now let me zoom a little bit. So I can see there is on this panel here the HTML code, so that we have seen before. Stop get highlighted, select the process, select the H3 heading, and the H3 heading is selected over the browser. So you can also see that it's almost like a bit of border, so we are going to discuss that later on. But I really want to focus on here is a style that I was assigning to a CSS file. So second division, that is in a class. What really cool about this is you can actually click on some of these things and edit them. So if you begin to zoom out, you can see the whole thing. Click on the red, so this color in real time. So if you want to be blue, you can see right in the second division it actually changing. So we can make it something extreme. So can just make it any color of the rainbow we want. The gray. Other thing we can do is select the element, inspect it. So for instance here the NPR we can see notice it's a ally. So we can select the border and color. So again we can change the color. We can even change the other properties in real time. So I'm changing in a real time, and so I want to make it dotted in some sort of solid. So I can do that as well. Alright, so here the two reasons I want to show you this. One is that you are working on the website, you can immediately just load it and just start inspecting it quickly and quickly change on the fly. So you can see how things look like and change them immediately. I'm constantly refreshing your website. You can display out the color here instead of constantly refreshing. But the more user tool on this is actually exploring the other websites. For example, you will come here to the Google homepage. You are interested in how something actually works. So here is some sort of example. So I should this a little bit in the last lecture. You will probably call a body and then background color. So we have the body tag and we have the background color which is set to you can use some color picker to probably choose some color. So I place this. So I copy this and paste this. So the light blue color. So I just want to make sure you had the ability to set the background color. So I see I have the light blue background color green. So no other tags number 2 at the H1 heading to have the 1 pixel border. So H1 body, H1 heading have the border of 1 pixel. Solid black color. So now see now test number 3, which is H3 heading. I'm going to do is just simply grab the H2 and set the color purple, and it's pretty straightforward. So far I can see all these 2 elements. So what does this say for a login to save? No asks for to make all the input boxes have a 2 solid dark red borders. So now also mentioned to use a RGB. I am going to say the input, call the border, and then say to X solid to px solid. Then set up a color here. I am going to call it a RGB code, and I can say 144,0,0. What is used for? It is used for solid color. So I refresh. I can see now this input. I have the solid dark border. So remember we wanted to do something that will do a little bit which inside the element, so you call division space P, and then going to call the element inside of a division. Then you want to call the background. to be hashtag and some sort of hex code. So in this guy I found this hex code. So don't have to match any hex code exactly. So we refresh this. So we can see we were affected and repeated inside our division. Great. So task number 6. There is a text area. Remember the ID text block. So I want to give it a 5 pixel solid gray border and width of 100 and width of 800 pixel and a height of 400 pixel. So either use Google or use Atom editor. So we will use the text block. And we give them a border of 5 pixels, which is a solid gray in nature, and the width of 800 pixels and the height of 400 pixels. So I use the item text editor to help me out. So you still alright. Then the task number 6, let's just refresh and make sure that actually all the things work nice. So task number 6 is to link a Google on the page, makes this link red. So I can do it just by using the anchor tags. So we give them a color red. So I can save and I refresh this. Notice. So task number 8 is to make the element of the ID item to have the overlay text decoration and color purple. We talk about the text decoration in this section. We did a show overlay line. We did shows how to create a single text. So for the we want the ID, which means I need a call. So I use ID with a hash item 1. Now we can give we use the text decoration element and we give them a value overlay. And we can give this a color of purple and so say this is a refresh here. So see, you can see all works fine. So let me collapse that directory. Also I have my browser open and linked to my HTML file. When I first want to do is to make some HTML. Hopefully by now you can actually do this quite quickly. What I will do is adding heading, h1 heading. I say something like h1 heading. Then I'm going to add the 2 paragraphs to the first paragraph. I use the latent text, which is lower ipsum, and luckily I can just begin to type enter. And in one more paragraph I give it a ID which is name as 2 and some letter text inside there. So refresh our browser. Here we see we have the heading 1 and two lower with some latent text paragraphs. Then I want to make sure I link my CSS to my HTML file. So I link my HTML file to CSS. When I have the CSS file of part1 underscore master.css, fonts part1 underscore fonts.css. Okay, so everything looks good here. Let's explore some of the basic of fonts with CSS. So let's imagine that right now it looks like a time Roman. That's essentially the default. I want to change it to another font, maybe something like Arial. I start tapping from the family and then going to allow to then pass a property of different fonts. So we can that there are some default here. These are very basic. So let's show you one of the default there. I just say I can see now I have the default cursive. It looks pretty ugly, but I can pass in as a string. and that means I am wrapping it in either double quotes. I have worked with a text editor before with some familiar with some font called Arial. So let's refresh over here. Now I can see now it's a Arial versus Time Roman. So that's the basic of font family. But something we are going to have to keep in mind is not every font family is going to be defaulted on every operating system. So certain fonts are very common between the Oriel. It's like 90% of the Mac or 90% the other font families such as okay, let's talk a little bit more about the font family. As mentioned, there are those basically default. So font family, if I want to something like monoscape, I can do as well as for that photograph. So let me fetch this here. I can see this is all done in monospace. So let's say that I want to change the actual font size. Well, I can change the font size for everything in the body, and the way I do just a font size. And here I can pass in the pixels. For instance, I can say I want to be a 10 pixel in size. Refresh over here, I can say now it's 10 pixel and size and 100 pixel. Size must make it larger. Let's change it back to the 10 pixel and 20 pixel. Something remember is here is my browser. It may not look as large to you, so that keep in mind. Now something you are probably wondering at this point is, well, if you don't know the pixels, I want for the font size. What if I actually want stuff to have a relationship between the edges? So maybe I want the second paragraph to twice as large as the basic font size on the page. How do we actually define that? And using pixel I have shown here is actually not very common. So what more common is to use what is known as EM value. And values is a dynamic way of sizing things. So when you define the font size properly, EM is equal to the size of font that applies to the parent of the element in question. So that basically mean that if you haven't set the font size anywhere else, so let's say I delete this, I have set the font size anywhere, so we can refresh here. So the basic font size and the browser default is often 16 pixels. So by default, then one EM will look like this. EM will be equal to 16 pixels. So this is default right here. One EM equal to 16 megapixel and 2 EM equal to 32 megapixel. Double that. So then you get the relationship for various tags of HTML what you usually do. However, is to set the font size in the body element. So he go back here. Let's comment this out. Usually what you will end doing is for the body element you will select a font size and you will have it to some sort of default font size that you choose. So you can do the 16 pixel, which is same as the browser default. There is nothing is fine. Let's say font size is equal to 20 pixel. Then from there on to other element you want to assign you. Use EM, which is going to like to be a ratio of this, which is basically a ratio of desired element pixel value divided by that parallel element, which is in this case is the body. So let's just a quick example. If I am going to grab the number, to remember that was the second paragraph to the state ID and status font, and the size is equal to 2.0 EM. So EM, let's say that and refresh over here. Now you can see that we have the heading of the first paragraph and the second paragraph is twice as large in font size as the first one. So what you are doing here is you are splitting some default body font size and then from there actually call the ID font size at the ratio of it. What you should avoid doing is try to actually call something like H1 heading and make it minimum font size of a paragraph or vice versa. Try to make a paragraph as large as bold and also that it look like a H1 heading one. That's really not the point. The point of that is your page, if you have the two elements of same time but you want to be a larger or want to be a larger or want to be a little smaller than the other one, keep that in mind. But what I want to show you is the font style and font weight as well. Text align. So if I call a paragraph here and say font style of paragraph, let me change as font size again to 1.0. That way everything looks good. Okay, so I can save this and now refresh my page, so I can see everything is in italics. So you can call font style here basic thing in that manner. So we can change to a normal 100 or 20, 200. Every font is going. It's really dependent on what font you are choosing. But we have the font weight is bold. So let's say that I make the book italic and bold in here. So I can save and refresh it here. So now they are in bold grades. So finally I want to tag the text properties. So if you see one of the properties you are going to using all of the time is the text alignment property. So you can begin to write the dash and you'll see the Adam text editor try to help you with the various text properties. See right here text align. So if I want to center the heading one, I just say that text align center to the headed element. So I put the center in there in text alignment. So see heading 1 will be in center position. Good. So if you come to font.google.com, you are basically looking at a lot of you are looking at a lot of font families. If you can clarify the kind of font you are looking for, maybe something like handwriting, trending, or maybe you are looking for a specific language as a number style thickness. So let's look at the font value. It's not a font that come on your computer. So this one right here. So click on the plus sign to add it. Now you can see, now I see this right here. You notice it say embedded form, selected font on your web page. Copy this code in the head of your team document and it tells you the want to specify and access. So you can just follow CSS rule to specify this family. So you can also, so let me show you how you can do that. So loading this using this link is going to take a little bit more of time, but if your website is to connect with the Google, you can also download the font itself. Let's try just with embedding. So we copy this link and jump to my text editor. You have the text editor open and the head of the my HTML file. I just paste there. I'm going to save this right here. So just a reference to zoom out a little bit to actual link. So the Google API, so right I have added the link, so I can come over here. So let's say that we want the paragraph to actually have the font that we just downloaded. So let me delete some of the stuff from the last. To delete most of it except for the paragraph. We take care of the font family and we are going to copy and paste what is here, the font family line. So I have to copy that and come back to the Adam text editor and paste the thing. Let me save that. So you have the part 1 font, so we can copy that full path. So just come here is a directly copy full path. So just come here is a directly copy full path. And now let's paste into our browser. So here we can see that I have the sort of funky font. So I have this some sort of funky font form from that Google API. So it's very easy to add in the font using Google Font API. If you wanted to, you could also download the font and link to the file locally. So we are talking a lot about the link and stuff locally versus link and stuff online. So what we talk about the Bootstrap. The main idea I want to get out of the lecture is to that you can come to the good fonts, pick any of the font that look good, you add them into just like a shopping cart, and you will paste that link into your CSS file, or you can manually download this font and then connect to the CSS file. So the basic box model looks like something like this. So you have your email content that might be something like a paragraph or text in each HTML file. Then in between the paragraph or whatever HTML content you have, the border you have padding, and remember the border is something that actually played with the performance of CSS file. That was a thing like a 2-pixel dotted orange border around your content. So if you want to more space between the actual content and the border, you have the padding there. So if you want some space between your border and the HTML content within their own box model, so there's a margin that you can specify behind that. So each of these padding, border and margin element have the space that you can define. That way you can space out your element exactly if you want to them to look. So just specify the side to just point padding, border and margin. So you can actually specify the left to the right bottom to have the even more flexibility box model and your HTML element. So let's explore some example of this by jumping to our editor in our browser. Okay, so here is my editor. I have my HTML file open and call the part 2 box model. So I link here in my browser. So I also link to the style sheet. Now let's add a little bit of content there. To get started, I have the heading element, heading 1 element. It will be just saying something like top, and we give it to ID. Then we add another heading 1 and we call it a bottom with the same ID. So let's refresh this. We have the top and bottom. So now let's explore what happened when we adjust the box model around these. Remember the box small consists of a margin, the border, the padding. To make it clear what actually going on. So let's come back to the CSS. So let's create a CSS card for each of them, for each of their IDs. So that top and bottom. So we give each of them a border. So the border for the first one, so let's have to a 4-pixel solid blue border. And for the bottom ones we give it a border of 4-pixel solid red. So we save it and refresh over here. So now we can see, now we have the actual border around them. So something that we actually specify is the width of the border itself, which we experimented. So a little bit by actually color pixels. So we can do the find as a percentage. So we can see right now that the blue border here goes from essentially one end of the browser to the other. So if I stretch this browser out as well, as you see the border continues to stretch along with. We stretch in the browser, which is good something, but something you don't want it. It's best some sort of percentage you can adjust. So if you want to find the base of some percentage, I can set it 25%. Now I can refresh this, so I can see here to get some take up 25% of the width of the browser. So I expand this, so we can see we are expanding the blue browser as long as it take up to the 25% of the width of the actual page itself. So let's show you another thing we can do. We are already seeing the text align, but let's go ahead and show that if the say text is the line center and refresh. This way I can see now my text is aligned to the center related to actual order. Now let's imagine that I actually want to move this entire blue background. So what do I have to change? Then we go back to our box model and we open up in the new tab. So we can see that it's ready at the moment and going to define the space between the top border and everything. So right now if we come back here, I have the content some order and then the margin, and between the content and the border is padding. But what we really want to change here is the So I want to center the entire blue border. So one thing we can do is actually specify the specifically margin. So then what I can say is the top right bottom and the left pixel. So we'll start off by showing. So what happens if we say something like that 10 pixel on the top. So let me actually put this as a comment so as you can remember the order it goes. Top right bottom left. So the way we could do is by actually specifying something like margin dash left. So we saw earlier an image. I will actually specify the left, right, top, bottom. So you can just go do it all in a single one margin column just by the spacing and there actually no comma. So we have the 10 pixel margin right. So 10 pixel and let's say bottom this a lot. So we can make it 10 pixel and left we make it a 400 pixel or something. Just we can get an idea of a difference here and refresh this. So we can see here now actually define is a margin based on a pixel where the width is still defined to 25% of the actual width of the page. Now if I call auto here, save this and refresh it, notice that it will be auto centered. So if you want something to be centered, not just the textbook. So if you want something to be centered, not just the textbook, the actual block itself, the breadth, the box model. So we can say that we can call auto here. Right now I'm calling with the 25% of the browser page and the margin is auto. It's even on the board side. Great. So let's mess around a little bit with the bottom call. So let's specify the width to that 50% of the page and I'll give them some padding. And remember padding is going to make a space between the actual content and the border itself. So keep in mind that what you think is going to happen if I say something like padding is a 200 pixel here. So do you expect the shape to look like a 4 as a relationship between the bottom and this red corner? So going to refresh this. So this is basically exactly the what we hopefully remember. The padding is the difference between the content actual and the border itself. So if we come back here, we can see that we have the content for padding. So what do I do if you want maybe align this to a center? While I just come back here and call text, so align center and refresh. So I can see now my text element have been centered. So let's look at an example. The first thing I'm going to do is by just typing the HTML we call the title of the project. So also want to make sure that it's linked to another actual sheet. In our case, such is called a project and the CSS that all we have and the CSS we put them in the same directory and then for the body itself I'm going to give a heading one and we call it a spectrum project. And then let's make a table. So we make a table is going to have one table row. So if we look back at what the solution look like, remember we have the only one table row with the subset 5 column. So I will call the TD. I will copy and paste it for more time. So every total is 5. And if I want to actually reference stuff here, it might be useful to give the table a class so that I can reference later. So let's give it a class something like a alt for the table called cells. Let's give them each item as well ID. So that way I can assign them each individual column and then we will not use that clause but it's just there in case we need it later. The idea is we will definitely use to often we give each of these our own ID. So we label this 5. So let's save that and so come back to the project that the team will refresh and see them on spectrum project. So that I think all my cell are empty. So let's come back to the CSS, assign them over something to make sure the stuff is working. So let's give them a background color of black. So refresh this, I won't see anything. So it's essentially 5 little tiny cells there you may not even see them with the eye. So what I can do is to expand the size of the cell. So let's continue doing with something like giving this table a cell a height. So let's give them a height of 200 pixels with such a column. save that and refresh that. So now see there's a good height. So alright, the next thing I want to do is actually give this table cell a width. So let's give it 100 pixels, that should be fine. So refresh. Now I can see my spectrum project is starting to similar for now. Now we can mirror the size of a height and the line width if you want to make it larger. So if you want to just expand this a little bit, it's a little nicer. Now we can mirror of the size of a height and the width if you want to make it larger. So if you want to just expand this a little bit, so it's a little bit nicer. So there we go. So what I want to do is also just start to grab the heading one and text the line to the center. So let's refresh this. So now we are getting to really think of something that look like closer to a spectrum project. So something else we notice here is that the table itself isn't center. So let's try to use the margin on auto. So I can use that class I used earlier. I could just call the table itself since it happens to be the only table here. So we just call auto, save that, and now I have the center margin here. The margin is the outside. That's the very outside of the box model. So let's review what we have done. We have been able to create our tone table. So let's have the odd class here, which allows us to just grab. If we go back to the page, that entire table, so I could have just called the table. So I wanted to be a little more. So table here is use margin auto to center and also have the text line centered at the heading one. So everything look good here. So now what I am going to do is to come to the cooler. So actually grab some of this hex code and paste there. Paste this code. I'm going to copy this and paste these codes. So let's copy. So there's my first one. So there's my second one. Third. Fourth. And let's grab the fifth one. So we have to make sure each of these start with the same with that hashtag. So there we go. So these are my hex colors. So thereby I can assign this. So remember, I give each individual table cell in the ID, and eventually it will be to get rid of this background color black. So let's do that. So let's go. So hashtag one. So we call the background color for it to be a very first. Let's refresh it. Now we will see the beginning to avoid some of this color, because if you remember about the CSS specificity, the ID is going to be hierarchy or above hierarchy of just a normal element call. So it's called the background color. Again, let's keep doing for the rest of them. So if you want, you can basically fast forward through this, because I'm just repeating itself. So let's copy that, excuse me. Copy that. So let's copy that here. So semicolon, we're going to do that 2 more times for that clause. For giving the background color. So let's do that again for the 5 clause of 5 ID. So the ID not clause. So let's paste it there. Copy and paste the color there. Alright, let me save that. So refresh this. Now I can see my spectrum project is looking good. So I have the color lined up there. Our writing this tidy call cell. So in fact I just deleted, save this, and it still look the same. Now I want to affect the spacing in between these. There's a little more spacing here in between the actual table calls. So to do what I could do, mess around the box mode and remember the important part, that box. So quick way to do is to get each table cell with a white border. So I say something like the border, and give them each, let's say 6 pieces solid white border. Saved it and refresh it. Now here we can get the nice spacing out that as well looking for. Finally I want to add my own custom font to the heading one. So I already use the Google Fonts open here, so I just want to scroll down to the random one. So let's say something that does this one nice is intent. So we add in the family selector, so we'll open it up here. So I will copy this as a link into my HTML files and copy the font family and put it under H1 heading. So now I refresh this project, I can see my spectrum project now. This is okay. So this is the basic of learning a boss model first. Hello, welcome to the part of the bootstrap section. So here you have the editor open as well as my browser. So I have the empty page. The file links to my browser. So let's get started by showing how you actually connected to HTML content to Bootstrap. So I just type the HTML. Go to the basic. If you go to get the bootstrap.com and click on the download Bootstrap. See, here is the download Bootstrap button. So eventually take you to getting this starting tool. So basically you have the two options here. One is to download the Bootstrap file yourself and then link the file locally on your computer. So you will be downloading a CSS file, then you can link that file locally. We have done for other CSS file and just use the CLDN, which is basically an online host for you to connect to the Bootstrap. So you can just grab this link here and you can grab all of this if you want, but we are keeping it simple. We just grab this white one, which is only the link we need. So for this particular lecture, if you scroll down, you actually see there is a pre-compiled Bootstrap source codes, but keep on scrolling down. There's a basic template. So usually we probably end up in starting the basic template will include things such as jQuery or some JavaScript. So right now we don't know enough time about it to actually see this. We are going to use the very first link. So here, so if we zoom in a little bit more, there is a link I'm using. Alright, so ready to go. So let's actually test it out. By creating a heading 1 in the body, we'll say the bootstrap exclamation mark. So let's actually comment out of control. So command / the link to that style sheet just to make sure it's working. So I refresh the project is CM, so it's a link to. So I see the bootstrap. Now I'll turn the link back on and I commented and refresh the notice what happened to the font. So changes to a bootstrap default font. This is the one the quick and easy way to you can tell if the bootstrap is successfully working. So keep in mind you don't need an internet connection for this to work. So if you not have to download the file manually, so either you are going to need the internet connection at the same point, but if you are one. So let's discuss the container class. So I'm going to create a div tag right now. Let's leave it close. So I'm going to add heading. So one that say how what exclamation mark, save and refresh. So I can see that my hello world heading is actually right against the left hand side of my browser. So I have to expand my browser is straight there on the left hand side. So I can do to try to put the center a little bit. Center bit to update a left hand browser is put in its what's known as container class. So what really nice about the Bootstrap is basically it comes with a bunch of predefined classes easily calling your code. You don't have to worry about memorizing all this class name or going to seeing the main thing you have to learn of a section of the course documentation will be showing when we talk about the button. Notice that the hello what is now in the class container. So I refresh this and see center down a little bit. So basically just separated the margin spacing. So you can see here I expand this window as I begin to collapse it more easy. I can try dash bash to say a little more center or certain distance of that to the left hand side of the browser, which is exactly what we want. So delete this now and continue on. Okay, now we have explored the container class a little bit. It is going to be something. So lot of more we are continuing to the bootstrap. It's time to talk about the button classes. So if you come to the link to the script, you see here it is in the top navbar. You just click on the CSS. There is a right hand side column. So we have some section and click on button. So basically bootstrap comes with some button classes, so that you can easily call, and you can call him on three several type of tags. You can call it on an anchor tag, remote tag of a link to it. You can call it on a button tag, something we haven't actually talked about yet. So doing in the section right now. So about tag, something we use for form. So we actually discussing the form in the next lecture. So right now let's explore the using the button tag. So we have actually seen in the action. Now the button tag basically allows us to create a button, scroll down to the where we had to. So I just scroll down back to the button. So let's add the button to HTML. So I will say a button and we keep the button name to a default there, and let's say something like click on that button, we refresh, and now you can see we have a button here, so that I can click, but really nothing really. The reason we are talking about the button tags in HTML the course is because we know the JavaScript there not much, so we can actually do of these buttons themselves. So right now we are learning about the because of the typical styling choices you can do with the bootstrap, but keep in mind we actually won't be able to really activate anything upon a click. So beside a simple connection to another website, so there is an empty body to get started. So I just want to point out where we can find a lot of this information. You can simply go to the bootstrap.com and click on the CSS tab, and then click down where it says forms. Then I take you down to the basic example of form. We can see here that we need to wrap the label and controls. And what is say there is just trying to tell you. Remember, you're dealing with the CSS. We reference classes with that period or row. So when you actually type in the class, it will just form up the group up you want there. So let's see this example, explore a little bit and see what happens when you wrap up everything. So simply form group class. I simply copy this and I'm going to paste into my system file. Save it and then check it out here. See, now we can see all the sketches from end to end on everything. So what I can do to organize it, put it all in a container class, and there is something in. So we can use Bootstrap as put everything in container divisions. So let's paste that into closing tabs, and then grab the entire form and put it a little bit more, indented a little bit over here. So I refresh, you can see a little nicely centered form. So far it's working good. So we have our email input and password input. We could see some more examples. So if I click and choose the file, so that pop up something for me to choose the file. Right now we actually can do anything of this because we haven't learned anything such as Django to actually submit the file and do something with it. So we can see just a checkbox and then submit box. So now the class I want to talk about, the form is the class, and wet the class from Google. Here is we put spacing in between the component of form, so they look like nice, and then just read a little bit better. So to show you, I'm going to delete this division for the first two, refresh, and pay attention to the spacing here. For email address and password, you can see here they begin to get a little closer. So when we are dealing with our input form for some of the previous project, we said that we were using a trick such as adding in a break or adding in an empty paragraph to get the margin spacing nice. So all the taken care of your Bootstrap student controls here. So you see the class form group, and let me refresh in here. So we can see the spacing is a little readable, more readable now, especially block of the email address versus the password is just a minor thing that Bootstrap is helping you out with a lot of having this class ready for you. So in the next class I want to point out is the form control class, that is the input tag. So we have this input tag and we give them its class form control. So let's explore what they actually just taking them out. So there are my form controls, so I taken them out. I refresh over here, I can see anything. So I think I should say let's show one of them on this pass and just to see the difference. So with the form control tag, I can see it's rounding the corner, it's making it switch the corner size, and it's actually highlighting a little differently. So you can see the highlighting has a bit of almost like an alpha blur or blur around the password box. So email is highlighting, there is not a sub. So there are really the two classes that are making the form look nice here. So the form group and form control tags are the classes. They are going to using all the tag and the doing tag for each form. Data level and input. It should have the form group and then each input should have the form control. So let's explore just a few examples of various different input you are going to be using on a form. So I'm going to delete the entire form and add a thing from the node. So I am copying and pasting it from a part 2 underscore. So let me copy and paste the email submission example. So here we have a label. So we have already this kind of explored this. So let's refresh this. And this is a typical email address. We have the email address, the email input is where you want. Enter your email, and then you also notice that it says will never share email to anyone else. This is really common to have a little explanatory text underneath an input. So a lot of time in the email address to give some sort of a note. Small, and we give it a class form text. It say whatever text you want to say behind it. So that small text basically just okay. It's not the same as a paragraph. That is a useful tip you are dealing with the forms. If you ever want to give a little note there for a particular aspect of the input form, email submission I'm going to delete it, and then I want to put in the password submission. Not too much to see here, so let's save it and refresh it. Here we can see a password submission. Again we are already seeing this with the Bootstrap. Going to copy and paste the next component that I have in the notes, which is a drop down select. So here we can see, so we can select the form. Let's copy all this in a letter mode just so it's more readable. So save it and refreshing. Here we can see what a drop down form looks like the Bootstrap. So if that works, you get this nice interface. Now we can see that it's actually spent the entire width so of the container. So there are ways to control that with the CSS, so just by adding the container, it's a bit of a drop down menu like a Bootstrap. If you want a multiple select option, let me show you what it looks like. So there also has the class form control here. So I can copy and paste this and save it, refresh. So but now we can see here we have the multiple selections. So I want to select the copy, so I can do a shift and clear. Basically another example of something very similar to a drop down except now. So now I can select the multiple column. Then the way you do that is to select that just like we did that the last time. So just to reiterate from the last drop down option, I'm going to copy and paste here for you. To see the first one, I save this and refresh. Is just a single selection, so I want a drop down that way I can select a multiple thing using a shift or using control command, or you adding I'm doing is a select tag you and add multiple and just add that's just a keyword. So okay, so moving along with a couple more is just I want to show you other text area with the Bootstrap. So you can delete this and put in the text area, also taking the form control. So I refresh this, we can see a nice text area, house is rounding corners. So it has the ability for me to grab this and expand this. So this is the file upload input. So we can actually see that a little bit already. So let's paste that in the form notes. So we can see they are also taking the class. If we look here from the control dash file, So that's another important thing to know when you are dealing with the type file input. You want to make sure that has the class form dash control. So for example here, small tabs and we seen earlier which to some placeholder block level for her. So they will say something, oh please input your resume or something like that. So then you click a choose file and automatically pop this up. Great. So like mentioned you before, we don't yet how to actually deal with something. So we still need to learn the actual backend technology for that. Now there are two more examples, that is the radio and example with the bootstraps. So I am going to copy this and we are going to save a couple. There are the field set tag. So if you come up here, we can see have a field set tag and the class form group. The loss of a legend. Let's actually refreshes and what look like. Here we can see a red button. Here there's a legend tag and this make it looking like this. So you can see hopefully it's visible on your screen. So I have the underline here. So it's a legend. So easy. So be sure to include a great option 2. Option 3 is disable. So if you want to something, if you want something to be table again, then the option here you just put in disable white call right here. Disable. Alright, nothing too fancy going on here. So you can just check that there are classes. So if you want to be disabled, you can say form check disable as a class here instead of just form check. Here we have the class form check, which is a very common for use for radio button. As you say, you have guessed the check buttons. So we are going to put in a check button example here. Copy and paste them from the notes. So paste is help get rid of the field sets and the duplicate divisions. Paste it in here and see we have the classes form check label is for form check label. So here is my editor open and I have the HTML file open. I'll already link to the latest. And I have already linked to the list to compile the modified CSS of Bootstrap. So I have my body ready to go as well. So if I come here to the project page, it's linked up. First let's check out how we can find more information about the navbar and the documentation of a Bootstrap. So if you come here the Bootstrap, you can actually see there is a strip. You can see it says the getting started the CSS component. So this is what a typically navbar look like. As you begin to explore the page, it's just come here to component will take the component page. And down here there is a navbar section. So click on that. So now we can see some information about the default navbar, such as collapsing and drop down menu, which we are going to be talking about later on. So here is an example of navbar. So there is a brand. So something link a navbar menu search tool like a drop down menu on the right hand side, and you can copy and paste this entire code if you want to take a look all at this. So instead of all we are going to do to start off building up the very basic component from the basic, let's show you how to just build a very basic navbar in your HTML file. So copy and pasting them. So right on the very first thing we do is called the nav tag. So the nav tag that going to be a HTML tag. So we can actually use to begin to build our navbar. So what we'll do here is to give the class navbar space navbar dash default, and we be adding a few things to that class later on to explore a couple of more things about it. So I'm within the navbar tag on to create a division tag, and inside the division tag we have the class navbar dash header. This will be actually to the header of the navbar, which is actually known as brand. So there is a value company brand or the main name of the website is going to go. Inside of this we had an anchor tag. So this is the href tag. So this is so we leave in the hashtag for it. So now we call it a company name. So let's save this and refresh it. So we'll see what it looks like. So okay, so here we have the company. However, right now it doesn't look like the actual Bootstrap company. So come back here we can see the new navbar. Looks stylish. This looks stylish. So come back this. here. So we end up this inside of the anchor tag and in a class called navbar dash brand. And hopefully you can begin to see that a lot of classes start with the word navbar. So second, a little confusing as far as trying to memorize this thing, which is why the referencing the documentation is very important. Now I refresh, I can see a lot of typical company call. So I mentioned here, this is actually will take you to home. You can really put in refresh there what it look like. So here is just like for another anchor tag, so I can say https :/www.google.com. So save this and refresh and click on this company. Now it's take me to the google.com right now. We just leave this as a hashtag and we discover later on how we use the hashtag to link to the different part of the pages. So okay, so we have the company brand over here on the left. Now I discuss how to add in more component to the actual navigation bar. So outside of the that division, I'm going to create an order list and you add more things. This nav current to make it look good, we give it to a class nav space nav bar dash nav. I know probably not the best name and scheme, but that's how it goes. That's why you refer in documentation for a lot of this. So we put in the list item here, then we give an anchor tag, just like the company name. I could give a company link. So we can call this item 1. So we put another one in here. So we call this one item 2. And let's say that they look like. Now I say refresh this item 1 through their left to their rights somewhere, but right now they really lead anywhere. Everything we created so far is lined up to our left. So I want to add more component to this nav card that are lined up to our right. So I just add in the class nav. So let me show you by adding in a new unordered list and putting in a class same as the last nav bar. Then I add in here now nav bar nav dash right. So then we add in some more list items say on the right. Save this and refresh and we can see here on the right. We are going to provide as they explain this. I can see this kind of folder. So what can I do? I put everything inside. I can tag to try to balance out a little bit. So diff container is something you find yourself doing often when you are working. Bootstrap is a kind of putting these container tags. So contain things. Save it. So I'll refresh this. I can see this as decentered. Now even I can expand the page from the left and right to a little more center, which is nice. Okay. Make sure you don't actually wrap the entire place. Let me show you what happens. If I wrap up the entire nav, you are in the container. What going to happen is the entire nav bar is going to be centered. It will scratch across the entire place. So that's usually not what you want to. Just the component themselves to be inside the container. So let's undo that. Let's do this. Great. Saving and refreshing here. So we have the nav bar so ready to go. So as we continue, I want to briefly discuss keeping a nav bar face to the top of the pages. Even as you scroll down in order to really show that we need to add some more material to this page. I'm going to just copy and paste this from the notes. So basically it's just a container class. So let's copy and show. It says let's a container class with Jumbotron inside of it. Hello Laura Lipson container. So putting more Laura Lipson stuff in the paragraph. After I say then refresh my page. Now I can scroll up and down, but you can see as I scroll down I eventually lose the nav bar. Now a lot of time that how you want you want it to. So that time you may want the actual nav bar to scroll along this UL go through the page. So let me add in a little more content here. So we do one more Lorem Ipsum in two more paragraphs. So refresh this, I see a little bit more to scroll down, but with the nav bar stays on the top and it disappears. So if I want to navigate to actually to fix to the top of the page, I scroll down, I just come back up here where it's a navbar space navbar default, navbar dash default. So I can add in this class white here, which is a navbar dash fixed dash top. Now I fixed to the top of the page. Now right now have actively refresh this. So we can see already the change the kind of the margin of the bottom went away. As I scroll down, the navbar is come with me. So the quick note on the navbar is usually use you will personally define the color using the CSS, but if you want to stick to the basics but you don't like the light color, this is navbar dash inverse, and just make it dark and invert the colors. So that's all I wanted to show right now. Let's take this out. I select, like I said, let's delete this the fixed top and also the inverse. Call save it and refresh it. And let's also get rid of all the junk right here. So those last paragraph are coming out. So going to get rid of what we added here. So we can focus on the navbar right now. So refreshing me, I have my own navbar. Okay. So a big thing about the navbar, especially a strap up to a bit with the grid system, is when you collapse it actually forms, but known as the hamburger. If I come back up here, component pages of get bootstrap site, I get this hamburger icon. You have two buttons and I can get rid of the left right bar. So you notice that as I squeeze this browser all the way, I don't get the actual collapse of the burger icon. So I just see the actual item beginning to reformat themselves. So I don't get the collapse. So let's show you how to actually get collapse in there. And to do that, I'm going to delete a lot of what we already have there. So let's get rid of this division tag. I'm going to copy and paste from the notes and then walk through that. So just copy and paste but underneath the collapse container here. So I just copy and paste it to a lot of stuff. So let's walk through it and explain. Say I refresh, so we can see we have the brand link and drop down, but the drop down dots not actually word. So I'll explain in just a second. So by expanding this, actually should I copy and paste all this is from the notes. So I have my division class. It has a navbar header and I added a button right here. So basically have this brand and toggle get group for what is essentially a bit mobile display. So this is going to be code that actually creates. So right now I have the button call and say the class navbar toggle collapsed. So even with this already as a part of my navbar as begin to drop down, I can see that it becomes the hamburger icon. If I click on it, nothing happened. Right now I can see that it does collapse. No. So hamburger icon, I explain, I get back to the navbar, please, but what's actually going on here. So here's the code for the hamburger icon, and basically what it is a Spanish class. So it says toggle navigation. So then we have these three calls for the hamburger. We can see as a collapse icon, but I can add in more here. So let's make that 4 now. So if we refresh this, we actually 4 icon bar. If we keep going and adding in the bunch more refresh, I can see we have the more icon bars here. However, it is typically just to see 3. So let's save it with 3. So refresh this page. Now we can see you have the 3 data little hamburger. So this is actually code for the hamburger icon. Now again, this using the class icon and then toggling of the navigation. So that all inside this button for the button class in the navbar dash toggle space collapse, and there's some more information here that usually just be copying and pasting. So that all underneath the navbar, and then anything inside of a click collapse navbar that collapse goes into the hamburger. And basically what the mean is this. So any unordered list that you add in that inside of a division with this class to collapse the nav So bar dash collapse is going to collapse into hamburger. So what I mean by let's add another order list. Outside of that, I'm going to add another order list. So I just like that we did the last time. At the very beginning, we give it a class navbar dash nav. We say something like hello. Let's save this, and you notice hello here no longer goes into the hamburger. So I expand this. So link. So I begin to collapse, and we say something like hello. So let's save this and refresh this. So you notice the hello here no longer goes into the hamburger. So I'll expand this. I see the brands hello. So then a drop down menu. So I just begin to collapse this everything that was inside the division class had collapsed navbar. So collapse went to the hamburger, but was not inside of that, which in case of hello happens not to go into the hamburger and basically detail the same behavior here. So it does not actually go into the hamburger. So alright, so that was the class, but that class is doing usually you are going to put almost everything inside the collapse. So it's more collapse unless it's really so important. They don't want it to go to this hamburger class, but you really common just put everything inside the collapse. Essentially for the mobile, the last thing we need to do, however, to actually complete this. If we expand back on menu here, we can refresh that. We will save that refresh. We see we have the two links in the drop down menu, but the drop down menu is not working. So this because I actually need cause to a query in JavaScript to make those functionalities work. So the way we are going to do this, in our case we are just going to copy, and later we will show you how to actually grab stuff from the jQuery. Go to the code and jQuery.com to grab this and just copy and paste it notes from there we are. So going to do our cases copy and paste and put it at the very bottom. So our body calls right here, and what we're doing is copying and pasting a script called to jQuery. This one is copying and pasting the bootstrap JavaScript file. If you want back to the very first page of the JavaScript, you probably noticed that there was some calls there, so you could have always copied and pasted. So bootstrap went to download bootstrap. As we scroll down here, we saw there was modified CSS, but there was also this bootstrap JavaScript. So that's the second line is right there. So bootstrap JavaScript is dead, but I'm copying and pasting from this outer line in this code with. So but actually we are linked to the JavaScript. Yes, we are going to talk about that much more later when we talk about the jQuery and compared to Django. But right now you can just copy and paste this two line from the source and say this is a refresh. This refresh our page. We should see now that the drop down menu actually work. So here we have the drop down item. So as we could have this, we can see the hamburger item. When I click on it, now everything is working. You want more detail on how actually add in your computer, so drop down you can documentation, which is really good. So just check out the notes and you can see here that basically just another order list with a class drop menu. So and then you can add in a links list item here. So that's a lot of about here. However, if you have questions, feel free to comments. If you want to really get off this, what I'm going to do is to take I'm going to try to do is on the basic boxy class. So just made like this. So now we can see that we can kind of take on these classes, so you can actually start a lot of navbar lectures. So there are these classes kind of tacked down. So let's refresh this. So I can really see where the columns are. So here the 4 of the 12 column taken up here, and the 12 column taken up here for the 12 here, and this happened at the large screen. So what happened, I begin to expand the screen. So when nothing happened, even like an extra large size, because this basically stands for large and above. So what happen if I start shrinking this below to a large screen, below a large screen? What happen if we hit a medium screen size? Boom. So look like it's what happens suddenly our collapses. They are just taking up the 12 column that are stacked on the top of each other now. So that's something we are going to discover as we're going along, and we can actually fix this problem. So well, it's not a problem. It's really not a problem. How can we reduce it? Maybe we still wanted to have across the screen these three together, even a smaller screen size. So well, how would I do that? So let's go through some more example. So here we have the class container class. Let's change it so we actually take up medium size screens. So let's do this. Let's copy and paste the whole thing. Now let's add in something to right below. This is where we can see him both. I'm going to delete it. I'm going to say instead of large, I'll type empty for the medium, and this will now say empty. So let's make this guy 6. So there's two of them. Now we call this method for a 6 medium. So you save this and let's run this browser. Refresh the page and now see my original 3 columns here. So large 4, and then 2 more columns called 6 medium. So each of these is taking up the 6 remote of those columns. So now I begin to shrink this so I can see the collapse once I reach what known as medium screen size. So that the large one have already collapsed. So the medium was a string hanging on the previous class call here. So it only until the average screen size. Then even the medium now will collapse. So let's continue on this by putting in something smaller to be our cross column grid system. So we copy and paste this, guys. So now it's put in something like extra small, which is the excess. I'm going to say the extra small here, but insects are small, they're saved at. We are going to expand this again and refresh this. Now I can see I have the large for those medium column and extra small 6 inch, and let's see what happened as I began to reach those breakpoints. So here's the breakpoint of what happened for medium. So we can see that medium has not been affected yet. Here's the breakpoint for small about to be reached. So we can see the extra small hasn't been affected yet. So let's keep the shrinking down. We can see the extra small is still going to hang on him. In fact, I'm going to hang on all the way. So I make this tiny. This is basically the size of a cell phone string, so as small as my computer lens. So we go to the extra small as contain this 2 column formations. There are 6 of this 12. So 6 of these 12 on this side. So I know the question was well, but I can do account for different screen sizes. So it seems like right now I can only account for one screen size. So at the very end, you can actually just take all the classes together to make up for that. So let me show you what I mean by that. You can just add in size class to account for behavior at different sizes. So what I will do now is the following. Going to let's just delete one of these. And let have it be var dash colon and dash lg dash 3. Now we can call this one. Now then, instead of just being 3 units on a large scale, I'm going to be a 6 units. When it reaches a small screen, I'm going to copy and paste. I'm going to make the 4 of these. So we say 1, 2, 3 and 4. Let's grab all these and comment them out. So we can just focus on what's happening with this guy. So let's the example number 4 in the no. So let's expand this and refresh here. I can save 1, 2, 3 and 4. So I will look back amazed him. I say whenever the screen is large, Each of these things should take up to 3 units, which makes sense to each taking up the 3 units because 3 3 times 4 is 12 here. So then I reach a small and small ones, they take up the 6. But actually happens here, well, each can I have the take up the 6 ones, they reach a small, so it gets tiny. So now what they are taking up 6 and then 3 and 4 taking up 3. Then as I continue going, I reach the extra small, then the each take up, it's only get defined up to a small screen size you do. If you keep breaking the path, then it's going to be line them all together to take up all 12. So at this point, I will encourage you to do really to play around these 3 basically with these columns. Okay, so here I am at my editor and I have the HTML document open and it's actually already linked to a Bootstrap file online. So first thing I want to do is actually to add in some style calls so I can see the grid system and column clearly. So one way to add, we can normally to do this is the HTML document to a CSS file, but I can actually basically put a CSS file inside a HTML by doing a style tag. So we can just take that out, and whatever we're going to do is basically just write a CSS here. I'm going to make a class boxy. I'm going to give anything in that class. So a background color of light blue. So that hex code I found here, B3BDDFF color is a kind of light blue color. So I want to give it a border. So let's say I have a 2 pixel solid black border. Alright, so we come how it comes into play just a little bit. This is basically going to be for visualization purposes. So don't much have system of Bootstrap. I'll show you example of using this Bootstrap system for the grid to make a container. Class, I'm going to call a division that has the class row, and we are going to need the class row to actually do anything inside of a grid system. So what I will do here is just some division inside of this. So I have this class container class row. So then here I am going to type large large 4 and I give class name dash lg4 dash 4. When it's doing the logic and sort it's a certain amount of pixel, I want this whatever this large for to take up for the 4 of those 12 columns that are available to me. So I'm going to copy and paste this 2 more time because I have the 4 plus 4 plus 4 plus is 12. So let's refresh this. So now here you can refer the documentation either on the new Bootstrap or where the basically an extra large size screen. You may or may not be able to realize depending on how the big size is. So you can go to a Bootstrap deck. So here you can actually see some great examples. So we have the 3 column or medium. So this is about the desktop to large desktop. You can see the 3 unequal column of 3, 6 and 3 or 2 column 8 and a 4. So here are a bunch of examples that you can do as you explore. So I will encourage you to do is to come to this link bootstrap.com and actually play with this and see that you really understand how you define a color beside your screen. Okay, now that's we have done. So we were wanting the well. This is a pretty restrictive for the phones to divide the further behind 12 unit and actually release here. All you have to do is next. So let's comment this out. And actually today I make a new device. So I'm going to say division, say class, have the row, and then another division tag which is the class dash lg6 boxy. We have the division of boxy here. Then inside of this actually I'm going to make another division class row. So here right now I am only taking up the half of the screen on the large screen, then inside of this I create another class called row. So I'm going to say class, this will be a class LG6 box C, class colon dash LG6 box C. I'm actually putting some content here. So we will call this next one. So let's make another one, just like you're going to copy this and paste it. So let's call it 2. So the outside of this class right here, so inside of the first side, so this I'm going to do is to following. I think I misspoke for a second. So outside all of this, excuse me. So inside this first initial now class, outside of that I'm going to call it division is going to have that class C column with a dash LG and box C, and let's give it a name like the top level. So before we can actually what this look like, let's explain what actually going on here. So this is the order to get more just at 12 unit we can divide this for different calling the initial division classical. So let's get the bootstrap. Okay, we are going to be dealing with the grid system here. So like to call a clause, let's say call dash LG dash 6 in boxing inside that we have is usually putting in our content. So in our case it's been a test, but a lot of time it can be images. So inside of that, instead of putting the content straight away, I added another class to a row equal to row. So which basically means I am taking up everything inside the LG dash 6 colon LG dash 6 in there to play it. So I'm then spreading them out. So they're going to be next one, next to top level. So you can actually view it in your browser. So hopefully you thought about it. So let's take this image we save and expand our browser refresh. Here is what we see. We see the next two on the left hand side, and we see the top level over on the right side. So we ended up doing so our top level taking up. So that's how we can further just go these 12 units. You can split this unit again and again. So using this nested classical to the row calls. So as a quick review of what have been discussing, remember the entire idea where the bootstrap is dead. The entire screen is split into 12 equal columns, and you decide based on the screen. Okay, so here I am in my browser. I am doing the JavaScript in this section. I am just set a new empty tab. I have also gone the editor tab to make sure I don't get any JavaScript alert if I am logging into a Gmail. So I will suggest you to right click and then go on. The way down to where it says the inspect, click on that and you should see something like this. So probably not zoomed in. So you something look like this, and you click on the console, you should see the console here. So you can directly type in JavaScript code here. So how the browser interrupted and executed. So let's start off with the hello world of the JavaScript, which is an alert. So we can call alert, which is a function, and then passing a string. So a string is going to start with a set of quotes. So here we have the double quotes, and then whatever string we want to do. And so in our case, it's going to be something like hello world. So as you see, I actually typed this before, which is by the JavaScript console to kind of helping me out. So I'm going to hit enter. I should see a little pop-up here. So at the top of the page, I see the new. So tab says hello. What does a little click here? That so it says that prevent this page from creating an additional dialog. So do not check that box. So otherwise you won't be able to see any more of this. And also complete OK. What is undefined here? I will be explaining a lot about the function that I got from the configuration you are writing your first line of JavaScript code. let's continue by talking about the basic data types. So first start, before I actually start, I want to show you how to write a command in JavaScript. So and a command in JavaScript in just two forward slashes and then anything behind this. So anything here is a comment. If I hit the enter, basically nothing going to be executed because so this was else command. So right now let's start up the basic data type. So, okay, the first basic type is a number. A number can be an integer such as 10 floating point numbers. So maybe like a 20 point. It has to be a decimal number. 20.2 is a decimal number. Like a negative number, negative 13, 4 or something. But the JavaScript, unlike some other language, treat all these as same as numbers. So regardless is a floating point with a decimal, whole, integer number, or negative number, they all are treated as a number in JavaScript. So there is no distinction between at least our basic use cases. We don't need to worry about the next. There are the strings. The string are basically string wrapped with the quotes. So we are already seen one. So we have seen hello word. So here have the string hello word I got output. So we can also even wrap the digits. Note that here a difference. If they wrap the code 10 in the course, it not become the string instead of. So we talk a lot more of the JavaScript compress string like this to a number like this. So it's like some other language. So I have to keep an eye out for that. So okay, those are the strings. So I want to show you a booleans. If you have important booleans from the other programming language, they can stand up for a true or false, and JavaScript is a lowercase. So that are our lowercase words, and those are the boolean, and there are two more things I want to show you, which are defined and null. I just want to bear that and define the null are not exactly the same thing, but they are available as basic data type in JavaScript. So let's keep the step back and focus in on numbers. So those over here are the blue syntax highlighting numbers. So we can actually use the JavaScript as a basic concept. So before we do that, I want to show you how you can clear a console to clear console. So you can type the clear brackets. So just type in there, clear all the thing in the console. So the JavaScript is a basic calculator. You can see a response for 1. You can do a subtraction. 5 minus 1 3 times. 2. And then an asterisk for the multiplication. I can do division. For instance, division by 2 using 5. So what happens if I do divided by the 5? It will give me 0.4 other programming. Sometimes will be actually give you the decimal amount. So JavaScript do the true division here. So 2 divided by 5 doesn't give you the correct answer of 0.4. So we wanted to experiment the two set of asterisks. For instance, if I wanted to do the power of 4, this is going to be asterisk 4 and 4. And then that's equal to 16, which is the 2 times power of 4. So then the last mathematical operation which we are mainly familiar with here programming is what known as modify function or reoperation, not only function. So basically what does it? Return the remainder of the division. So for example, if I say 15 divided by 14 and hit enter, 15 divided by 14 and hit enter, I will say that divided by 14 by 14. So remainder 1. So if I want the mathematical operation to return the remainder, can be shown as the mode operation or modular operation, which is the most programming language, is shown as a percent. 15% sign divided 14 is gives the remainder 1. So let's show another example. 6% divided to 2 is returns the 0. So the remainder becomes the 0. So if I do something model for if we get reminder to because is going to be. So again, this model function, these operations give you back to the reminder. Okay, so we discuss with JavaScript using a basic calculator. Let's clear our console again. And now let's talk about the string and very basic operation that you can do or JavaScript or JavaScript. So you can do string or JavaScripts. So string are the just sequence of characters and element or character the indexing position. So let's start for the string. Let's start for string or just saying the Django is cool. So I can actually concatenate the string together and calculate the mean, just bring together. So I can say something like Django. So I can continue with the plus is super cool. It enter now see the Django is super cool. But look happened here on that continuation. There are no space between Django is because there was no space and was Django at the beginning. So is there. So if we want to connect these two strings to make sense, I can put a space there for is. So then I can connect these two together, both the plus sign. I see the Django is super cool so far. This is a pretty basic stuff. I grab the actual length of a string, it's called the length attribute. So if I say something the Django and call them the length of a string, and you can see that the console actually help us to out some autocomplete. Then here I can see there is a 6 element or 6 character in the sequence which is a string 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right. And then we can also if the white space count by saying something like x space x length you see and you see so white spaces are also count is going to count those spaces. So there are also space case character and string that are really common. If I say something like hello backslash and I enter a new line and then hit enter, here I can see that a special space will start from the beginning a new line. So hello, I start a new line with a backslash and then everything else goes on a new line. So another escape character is a tab. So I can say hello backslash. So see for a tab, give me a tab. This will insert a tab and essentially just for spaces there. And then finally I can also do the quotes. I can say hello and then we'll say the code backslash enter. This is just a way to input what's inside. The JavaScript string, I only make the probably a little more clear by using the word code. As a backslash code, I can say something like jelly. So I can say that I can see that double quotes. Jelly. So jelly is wrapped in the double quotes. So the reason you should need a space. So let's come back to the editor. So here the one is the example.html file, another is the javascript.js. So you can save this file by using the .js extension. What we'll begin doing is typing over the each item. Just we get some basic HTML in the heading. H1 heading. So say something like welcome to your bank. Let's save it and check is connected to our browser by refreshing the page. Here we see we can welcome over. Let's show you how to can actually connect the JavaScript file for each HTML file. And now this works the script tag. No, so here we can type the script inside of the script tag, the opening tag and the closing with the opening tag the crc equals to and the name of the file is should put inside this. So in case my script.js is my file name, so it is in the same directory. So I does not have to copy. So write the full path here. So you can actually use the item to automate this. So I can begin to type script here and I hit enter you actually get out this auto pop up here, so don't have to really worry about it. So you could just use that as well as for autocomplete. So basically we are looking for here is just a script that was the first open script tag. So the source tag pointer of the doc.js file. Right now these were both the same directory. All to do is to provide the name. So actually and add some stuff to the JS file. so we can clearly check this is actually working. So the first thing I want to do is put an alert to put welcome to your bank in the alert box. So it will say the refresh display, so we should not refreshing and see alert that say this is page welcome to your bank, and we hit OK and no. So over there is the HTML. I'm calling my script before I'm calling anything else in the body. So the reason why I appeared blank for the second is because I'm calling my script before I called anything in the body. We discuss later on what script placement and where I should go has an effect. So your HTML file is continue on with this JavaScript file. We continue on to her with because we are going to create a variable called deposit. So there's going to be a prompt saying how would you like to deposit today? How much you like to deposit today? Question mark, and let's say clear alert. And then we are going to calculate the actual deposit amount. With a string, and then also going to be a console log. We just say that I put something like that you are a cool person. So let's refresh our page and page. Now it says this page says welcome to your bank. And I click OK and this page and the prompt box appears. So I put the 100 in there and deposit the 100 and click OK. I can check by clicking the right and going to the right expected here on the console. I can see you are a cool person. So it means that console log work fine in this code. You can connect to your JavaScript codes, and then whatever JavaScript you have here will be uploaded whenever you refresh the page. When you actually get visited page for the first time, visit the page for So let's get started with a very simple while example. I'm going to create a while variable x and set it equal to 0. Now I can begin typing the while. Adam helps me out the rest of context. So I say while x is less than 5. That's the condition I want. I'm going to perform some action. If I log x is currently, then I'm going to say plus x here. So that prints out. So then I am also going to log x is still less than 5. Adding 1 to x, then finally to make sure it doesn't run forever. I'm going to say if x is equal to x plus 1. So before we run, let's break this down. What's actually happened here? I start out with the x equals 0. This is outside the while loop. Then inside the while loop, I say x is less than 5. I want you to execute this block of code in the first block of code. Put the line of code on the line number 4. Then as long as x is still less than 5, my condition also log adding 1 to x, and then finally to come to the line number. So I say x is equal to 1, and then we'll sign s for print x plus 1, and also show you later on some syntax to have a shortcut. Doing this sort of operation will save that and run a browser on the refresh browser page here and see what we got. We got a lot of outputs. So I get x is less than 0, it's still the less than 5, so keeps going all the way, it spreads out. X is currently 4, which makes sense. If x is currently 4, I will log x is still less than 1, adding 1 to x. So the 5 is no longer than 5, so it's equal to 5. So the while loop stop operating. Okay, now let's add in some manual break condition. We will exit out the loop and is going to use the keyword break. So right now I start with the variable x is equal to 0. I say while x is less than 5, I am going to cancel again log x is currently the x. Then here I am going to add in some control flow with an if statement. I will say if x is equal to 3, I am going to log x is equal to 3. That all the different now. Let's run this code again and see what happens. It looks like very much in the same code 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. When x is currently 3, before I say x is less than 5, I get this big announcement x is equal to 3. So let's actually try to break the while loop on a certain condition. Then we can do this by adding the special keyword break. And this will break out the top level loop. It's basically what this is saying. If x is equal to 3, log this and then break out the top level loop. You find the keyword in, and it's happened to this while loop. Let's save this and expand and refresh the page. And now we see when I refresh it, stop and say x is equal to 3. So I say x is equal to 3, this break out that loop. So how can we use the keyword break to actually premature break out of the live loop? We don't have to wait until the condition is actually meant to be false. And this really all here is a while loop, so we'll use it later in the course. So the quick exercise I want to do it right is while loop it prints out only the even number from 1 to 10. So again, just to clarify, I want you to do right now. So I write in here as comment to write a while loop that prints out on the even number from 1 to 10. Okay, so you see, if you can do it your own, I am going to give for a solution for this question. So just write a while loop that prints out only the even number from 1 to 10. So let's get started. I am going to clear everything here on my editor. So you are able to actually do this yourself, at least attempt it yourself. but everything is clear, so let's try it out. Okay, let's see how we can attempt to solve this question. First thing, I'm going to create a variable called the name and start of equal to 0, and then I'm going to create my while loop, and I want to go from number 1 to number 10, but let's see the while number is less than 11, and let's just start over here where it shows 6 and 1. We'll log the number and then say the one number is equal to num plus 1 and save this. Num plus 1 and save this. And let's see if this works. Refresh the page so I get the number from 1 to 10. So assignment is only to print out then all the numbers ranging from 1 to 10. So I need some sort of method to check the number. Hopefully you remember from the number. The very basic of JavaScript lecture, the very first last structure is attached to make the operator. So I am going to say if num modulus is equal to 0, num modulus is equal to 0, num modulus 2 is equal to 0, then we have the console.log. I will work with that number. So what that actually means, the modulus check for a reminder. If the number is divided by 2, leaves the remainder equal to 0, the number is even. Okay, so lastly I want to make sure this doesn't run forever, so I put the increment here, which is equal to num plus 1. When the num value goes to the 11, it automatically breaks the while loop. So here is the output ranging from 1 to 10, printing out only the even numbers. Now let's start with the for loop. I am typing the for, but rather than enter automatically pop up some for loop. So I hit enter, so it automatically generated for loop is created. Now let's actually change the array length to be just to be less than 5. We are going to say array length is equal to 5. Now the log number is the we concatenate it with. Let's say this and actually run this here. Now see the number is 0, number is 1, number is 2, number is 3, number is 4 is our output. So we have some initial condition, while condition we want to do after every time. This loop run will like I mentioned earlier. The plus is another way of writing the I is equal to plus 1. So I can save that and I refresh it. So get the exact same result. So I know that does not actually change. So I would call this whatever you want. Number is less than 5, and inside the console log I put the parameter of num. So refresh the complete. So keep in mind you see a lot, but sometimes it might be helpful to rename it if it helps the readability of the code. The more often then you are going to see it is I. So it's often. So that's why item text is later autofills to be a. Okay, so let's continue with another example. We are going to create a variable called the word, and let's just have it in a few letters alphabet A, B, C, D, E, F, I, J, whatever you want. Okay, and then start typing. For it I usually say 4. The array length I added text editor automatically auto-completed word. Now I replace the word now I have a console.log. Inside the console.log I have the word variable, and the word variable contains the I. which is a for loop value. Now we say A B C D E F G I J K on the output. Right now let's show you an example. Let's say you want to skip every other letter or something. To make that obvious, I do something like A B B B B A B A B, something like that. Then I write a for loop here. I'm going to keep most things the except our here where it says plus plus. I will do something like that. Console.log bird eyes, but it's similar to the last example. So Chrome we actually just a little number here next to it. Instead of flooding your screen with repeated code, repeat the output. So this little number represents that whisper put out the 5 times makes sense. So look at this. We have the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 A's in that. So you can see it doesn't have to just increment by 1, increment by any number you want.